Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Our visiting artist this week is Åsa Sandlund, and she'll be creating her work. As they are preparing to get started, I will let you guys know exactly what's happening in the process. My name's Emily. I'll be the MC for the day, and if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand or shout my name out and ask. So as the process starts here on the left side of the hot shop, we're getting color ready to be laid over a clear bubble. And that is because we have to apply color to the glass because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as they dip in and out of these furnaces, as he's doing now with a steel rod, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. As they rotate, that glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. You'll come out with a little bit of glass. It'll look orange, but when it cools down, it will be clear. As you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. Welcome Stewart Middle School students to the Hot Shop. We have a visiting artist with us in the Hot Shop this week. Her name is Åsa Sandlund. Some of her pieces are here on the podium. We're just getting started, so I'll let you guys know exactly where we are in the process as they continue to create here in the Hot Shop. I'll tell you guys a little bit about the machines and the ovens as we continue to make things. You'll see when they're working from the benches and in and out of these reheating chambers, that is where all the heat is, only the heat. No hot glass are within these chambers. Can we see the glory hole diagrams? So the glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And those rest at about 2,300 degrees. So as they work in and out of those reheating chambers, they'll be able to keep the glass nice and hot, so they're able to shape it at the bench. As they gather, they'll gather glass from out of our furnaces. Can we see the furnace diagram again? The furnaces are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And they rest at 2,100 degrees. So as they start the process, which they've already done, they'll take those steel rods, dip them into the furnace, get a little gather of glass, and that is how we start the piece. They'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. So here at the middle bench, we're going to make one of the vases on the left side of the Hot Shop, the podium there. So we're working on that right now. It'll consist of a few steps. So it's a process. And then here on the right side of the Hot Shop, they'll be making plates, which is really fun to watch because that means that they'll spin them open. They'll spin the glass open. So I'll tell you guys just a little bit more about our visiting artist this week. Her name is Åsa Sandlund, and she'll have an artist talk on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. where you'll be able to learn more about her also. But just a bit, she's born in Stockholm, Sweden, also studied in France and England, and spent 2 years at the Sorbonne and earned her BFA at Beckham School of Design. She began her career as an art director at Lowell Brentford, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as a design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a scholarship to the Pilchuck Glass School. So on the big screen there, you'll see that she's resting at the bench so the glass can cool down and set itself up. We have laid color over the clear bubble, and so in order to apply color to the glass, one way is known as the color application, the color overlay application. So they heated up this large piece of glass, which will give us a solid finish on the surface. So the vases here look like all one color, but it's a lot of clear, a little bit of white, and then more clear gathered over so we can blow it out. So that is how we apply color to the surface of that clear bubble. Here at the middle bench, he'll use his block to cool down those outer layers, the outer layers of the glass. You want to chill them and make sure that they're all very even, so that when he blows into it, the bubble will expand evenly. So he'll dip back into the furnace to add another gather around the end of his rod there. The more glass that we gather will then allow us to expand the bubble to create the size and shape that we need of a piece. This piece is going to be a pretty good size. It'll be similar to the one here on the podium. So the way that pieces are measured when they communicate is by a gather. So they'll say, we'll do 2 gathers or we'll do 3 gathers. So that is how we know how much glass we will need to be able to blow out the size of the piece. And that's why talking about gathering matters. So he'll come over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down. Whenever you continue to dip into those furnaces or ovens, it'll get a little hot. It's only bright orange because that glass on the furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. He'll go in with that block to cool those outer layers down. Within the core, he has two different colors, so when he blows it out and opens it up, the inside of the plate will be one color and the outside will be this really pretty white that you see. So here we're going to prepare to take this cup of color off the rod. We'll tap the pipe, release the glass. And so we're going to stuff this clear bubble into this cup of color. And that is how we will get color on the surface of the vase. So she's going to prepare this cup as she has opened it up, and as he gathers more glass, the glass that he gathers has to be enough to fill the cup, and that is how we'll get color on the outside of the vase that she's creating. Here in the hot shop, we will only see the shape. Later on, during the cold part of the process, because when things are made hot, there's also a cold part to help them stand up or to modify and enhance the shape. So later, if you look closer at that vase when you walk out, you'll see that it's been cut. And so she cuts these vases for dimension, and the way that light passes through them, you'll be able to see different aspects of the glass. In about 2 minutes, you guys, Stewart Middle School students, will stand up. Not yet, I'll let you know when, and you're going to rotate to your next activity. So his question is, why is the building so high? That's a great question. Back when they had plans to revitalize the waterway, there were these things called wigwam burners down here in this part of town. Let's pay attention to stuffing the cup, and I'll tell you guys more about the wigwam burners. So we'll go in, look up at the big screen, you'll be able to see this bubble get stuffed into the cup. It'll pick up the cup. And as the glass fills to the top, he'll be able to shape that glass all the way down, melt both sides together. So as I was saying, this 90-foot cone is to pay homage to the old wigwam burners that were down on the waterway that would burn off particles that came down the waterway. Okay, so for my middle school students, you guys can now stand up and quietly and slowly walk out to your next rotation. So here on the right side of the hot shop, they're creating plates. The plates will have two different colors. They just came over and put a little bit of glass on the bottom. That'll function as the foot. And then when he opens up this bubble, I'll say, when he opens it up, you'll be able to see the second color on the core when they create it to be a low bowl. Welcome, Stewart Middle School students, to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Currently in the Hot Shop, we have our visiting artist, Åsa Sandlund, and she's creating her various different works this morning at the middle bench. They are making this vase that you can see here on the podium. And then on the right side of the Hot Shop, they are creating a plate. The plate will have two different colors. It'll be white on the outside and colored on the inside. At this point of the process, we're disconnecting the bubble from the initial blowpipe we started on. It'll have a small access point, and that is how we will open it up and flatten it out into a plate-like shape. So a little water on that jack line, he'll tap the pipe and release the glass. Here at the middle bench, he'll use his tools to shape the glass as they blow out the bubble. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. That will allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. I'll tell you guys just a little bit more about Åsa as they continue to work here in the Hot Shop. Can we see some of Åsa's past works? During her residency here, she will have an artist talk on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. And if you're interested in learning more about Åsa, be sure to come back to the museum on Sunday, or you can always get onto our live stream if you're home, and that's at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. So Åsa was born in Stockholm, Sweden, and she studied in France and England. She spent 2 years in Sorbonne and earned her BFA at Beckham School of Design. She began her career as an art director at Lowe Brinfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as a design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a scholarship to the Pilchuck Glass School. Åsa immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 and joined Nordstrom as a graphic designer and art director. She rose through various creative leadership roles and recently retired as a senior creative director. So as they shape the glass at the bench there, you'll see that they work in and out of the reheating chambers. It's very important that we keep the glass above a certain temperature to prevent any sort of thermal shock. These reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. So now that they've spun the plate open, the next step will be to place it into an annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So he'll put on the Kevlar gloves. The Kevlar gloves will protect his skin from physically being burned. Here at the middle bench, he hit the glass with that torch to heat that part of the glass up, because that portion of the pipe goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. So that's why he torches it with the fluffy torch. So we laid it on the ground because it had a bubble in it. We're not going to save it. We're just going to throw it away and start over. So when the process starts, we'll dip into the furnace with a steel rod. Because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, we have to apply color to the surface of the clear bubbles. And that process is known as the color overlay process. We added color to the surface of this glass by creating a colored cup and stuffing a clear bubble into the colored cup. So to learn a little bit more about how the glass gets colored, can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod, using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color, sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So use the hot torch to heat the very bottom of the vase, and he'll go in with the paddle to flatten it. That hot torch, it gets up to about 5,000 degrees, so when he concentrated the heat right in that area, it'll make the glass very soft. And we don't want the whole piece to be super hot, just to flatten the bottom. So that's why we isolated the area, concentrated the heat, and now we'll flatten the bottom. And then here on the right side of the hot shop, we've restarted the process of creating a plate. So he's going to heat up a color bar. The color bar is how the plate got color. So you can see the really pretty orange color and the white on the back. I'm not sure what two colors that they're going to use yet, but you'll be able to see as they lay them onto the bubble. So we'll mount them to this little clear cookie so they're able to stand up inside of the inside of the annealing oven properly, because we don't want to lay them on the side. Due to the temperature of the furnace, they will slump a bit, and the end goal is to cut the sides down to be able to see into the vase. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist for the week here at Museum of Glass. She's born in Stockholm, Sweden, and immigrated to the U.S. in 1995. She's worked with Nordstrom's as a graphic designer and art director. And currently she returns back here to the Museum of Glass to create for an exhibition for the National Nordic Museum in Seattle. So they've laid a little bit of color at the end of the rod. He'll blow into the end of that pipe to create a bubble. And that little bubble of glass will be how we're able to access and open up the plate. We're going to split the plate out later. The next step of the process is to remove the piece from the end of the pipe. We'll give it a flash. We'll flash the body, and then when it's ready, we'll water it off and place it into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight to prevent thermal shock. So he'll get a little bit of water. We'll tap it. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll stay until it cools down overnight. Let's give them one more big hand. Clap it up. So the process will start all over again, and we're already somewhat through the first part of creating a color cup on the left side of the hot shop here. This bowl or this cup of color will then house a big clear bubble, and that's how we get color on the surface of the glass. So in order to start the process, you'll have to dip into the furnace using that stainless steel rod. The furnaces are the ovens with the silver bottoms and the doors on the front of them. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The hot glass likes to stick to the hot steel, so as we rotate and gather a little bit of glass at the end, that'll be our starter bubble. When we blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, a little bubble will be blown out to that size after layering all the glass and all the color. The way that we know how to create a piece the same way, time and time again, is by the count of the gathers. So you start with your first gather, set that bubble up, meaning shape the walls, cool the walls down, let the glass stabilize itself. Then we gather again, and we gather again, and we gather again, and then we stuff the bubble. We stuff the cup. We stuff the bubble inside of the colored cup. So as you can see, we'll start by dipping into the furnace. Trenton has on a black shirt there in front of the furnace. He'll come out with a little gather of glass. He'll let it cool down, stabilize itself, shape it up a bit on the marvering table, and then he'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a starter bubble. All of the movements are intentional to be able to set the glass up so when you blow into it, the bubble expands evenly. So as you can see, we've blown the bubble out here at the bench. He'll then go in with the block to help cool the glass down. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaked in water. And so the block will cool the walls down while keeping the core nice and hot. So when you blow into that bubble, the whole piece will expand evenly. So we've gathered over the 2 bits of color that we've laid here on the right side of the hot shop onto the pipe. This will give us an inner color and an outer color. We're making a plate here on the right side, and then in the middle they're creating the vase that's over on the podium. So this cup here, we will use it to lay color over the bubble. So right now she's just holding it to be used at a different point in time. We have to gather enough glass to be able to fill up that cup of color. Hello, Stewart Middle School students. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. This week in the Hot Shop, we have our visiting artist, Åsa Sandlund, creating her projects. As you can see there on the podium is one vase that she has designed, and that's what we're working on currently between the middle bench and the far left bench. And then here on the right side of the Hot Shop, we are creating plates, and so these plates have white on the outside, and I believe this one may have orange on the inside. So we had to apply color to the end of a to the end of a steel rod, and then we gathered over the two colors we applied to the end of this rod, and as we blow it out, we'll then be able to eventually, in a moment, spin it all the way open into a plate. My name is Emily. If you all have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Again, we have Åsa Sandlund here in the Hot Shop with us this week creating her work. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? Åsa Sandlund was a Field or Fire candidate, and this residency was sponsored by Ian and Laura MacNeil. She's originally from Stockholm, Sweden, and she earned her BFA at Beckman's School of Design. She began her career as an art director at Lowe Brinfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a residency at the Pilchuck Glass School, and she immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 to join Nordstrom's as graphic designer and art director. So while we're working here in the hot shop, it's very important that they reheat the pieces in the reheating chamber. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is designed to only reheat the glass to keep it above about, let's say, 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock. And so that is why they go in and out of these chambers. As you can see, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. As they've gathered more glass around the end of this clear bubble, They may or may not gather again, but we have to have enough glass to stuff it into the cup that Sarah is keeping nice and hot. And that is how we will apply color to the surface of the vase that we're making, and we have yet to shape it, but we will once they stuff the clear glass into the cup. The glass looks orange only because it's being kept in the very high temperatures. When it cools down, it will be clear. The next step of the process here on the right side of the hot shop is to put a Swedish hockey puck foot onto the bottom of the plate. A lot of the tools that they use during the process while they're blowing glass are designed for glass making specifically. So you'll be able to see things like papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. And then on the right side of the hot shop, they'll use diamond shears to release the extra material in one snip. At 360, that clean cut will release that extra material and the pipe. He put a little bit of clear glass on the bottom. Now he'll shape it into a hockey puck, so it's able to sit up properly. The next step in the process to be able to open up this plate is to transfer it from the initial pipe we started on onto a transfer rod. When we detach it from the blowpipe, there'll be a small hole, so that small access point will then allow us to open up the mouth and spin it open. So when we strip the glass off of the end of a gather, as he just did, into the bucket, that's known as a strip gather. And like I said earlier, when pieces are made, they're made by the count of the gathers. And so that's an example of maybe if he was to say, I want 3 gathers and 1 strip gather. And so that just removes a little bit of the material that they picked up from the furnace. When we strip the glass into that bucket, that glass can be recycled. These furnaces hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and as the levels start to get low, we have a hot shop technician that'll recharge the furnaces, meaning refill those levels. Whenever he plucks up the glass like this and then cuts it, he's taking bubbles out of the surface and he's cutting them off of the rest of the glass. So, as you guys can see, all of the glass within the furnace is clear, and whenever we gather, or when we continue to gather, the levels will start to get low. That's why one, it says do not open, and the other you can use. So that means one is still charging, so the glass is still baking down within that crucible. So as it refills, we'll use one and then switch off using the other. So can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
This week here at Museum of Glass is third Thursday. Every third Thursday, the Hilltop Artists, youth artists come and work here in the hot shop. But this third Thursday is actually concert at the Cone, and so we will have a guest artist here as, performing in the hot shop. So if you're interested in coming to watch the Hilltop Artists, youth artists blow glass, that'll be from 5 to 8 p.m. here in the hot shop this third Thursday, which is tomorrow. And then the concert in the Cone will actually be a cellist, and so she'll be here playing from 6 to 7 p.m. and that'll be free tomorrow night. So come on out and hang out with us and watch the Hilltop Artists, youth artists create while the cellist plays her cello. So now that they've spun the plate out here on the right side of the hot shop, he'll get under it and he'll catch it, and then he'll put it into an annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So we'll tap it off. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. Woohoo! It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. The glass is like an onion. The inner layers are cool while those outer layers are hot, and so they have to be melted down together in a controlled environment, back to room temperature. As you can see, we've picked up this color cup, and as they heat up this colored cup, they're going to melt the surface layer down into that clear bubble. As they melt together, they'll then begin to stretch the glass out. We are making the vase that is over there, one similar, different color, to the one on the podium. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. My name's Emily. I'll be happy to answer your question. So for my youth visitors here in the audience, if you're 12 and under, and if you're interested in creating a drawing with our Kids Design Glass program, out in the Grand Hall in front of the education studio, there's a table with some Kids Design Glass submission forms. If you'd like to create a drawing and submit your submission form to the program, if the Hot Shop team selects your drawing, you'll be called back and you'll be invited, you and your family, and one piece will be created here in the Hot Shop of your drawing, and one piece will stay in our permanent collection and go on exhibit, as you can see inside of our galleries. We have a kids design glass exhibit, and we also have it in the art alley. So if the chaperones would like to take a stack of submission forms, you're more than welcome to take a stack, or you can take one and master copy it for the students to create and submit an application to our Kids Design Glass program. So now as we go in and out of this reheating chamber, they're going to heat the piece and shape it accordingly, allow it to stretch out. A lot of the shape of the piece consists of allowing it to shape and then guiding, allowing it to stretch and then guiding the shape at the bench. So with those jacks, he'll carve into the glass there at the end of the rod. This is known as a jack line. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. As you can see, when the piece came out of the reheating chamber, it was bright orange. Now it's going back to that really beautiful blue color, similar to when we stuff the glass into the cup. And so when the color changes, that's how we know what to do and when to do it. And so when it's orange, that means it's soft, it's hot, and you can manipulate the shape. When it starts to become this pretty blue color, that means it's cold and it's getting stiff. Although it's still above 2,000 degrees, you still can't touch it, but you can't shape it as well as when it's bright orange. So we carved in a jack line. Now the next step will be to continue to stretch out the bubble to get the desired shape. Here in the hot shop, you only get to see the shape be made. Later, when things are made hot, there are cold steps too, meaning that there's sanding that they'll do in the cold shop, the cold working shop. And that consists of different, sanding with water to make things stand up or to cut into them. And so if you get a closer look, Åsa creates her vases in this way. So then she says you can look inside of them and see the different dimensions and how light flows through them. So now he'll lay color over this end of the pipe here. This will be the first part of color that is within the plates that they're making here on the right side of the hot shop. So he'll shape that color, then he'll blow into it to create a bubble. The bubble is how we will be able to open this plate up and spin it out into a plate. So now we'll heat the very bottom of the vase and then we'll shape it. That torch there is about 5,000 degrees, and as it gets concentrated there at the very end, it'll be a nice preheat. So when they reheat the whole entire piece in the reheating chamber, this area will be a lot softer than the rest. We're gonna need to flatten the bottom. So the next part of the process will be to create a little cookie. We're going to put the little cookie on the kiln shelf and then stand the piece up, straight up and down. We need this cookie just to help it stand inside of the annealing oven. We don't want to lay it down because it'll continue to slump. And we don't want that because later Åsa will then cut into the glass to reveal the layers within the glass. So that block there is used to help cool down the glass a bit and shape it. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. So use those shears to remove the glass from the end of the rod. That little cookie is designed to help the piece stand up. This evening is third Thursday here in the hot shop. We'll have the Hilltop artist creating from 5 to 8. It's also concert in the cone. Gretchen Yanover, she's a cellist. She'll be playing her cello here in the hot shop from 6 to 7 p.m. So if you're interested in coming to hang out here in the hot shop this evening, be sure to stick around. From 5 to 8 will be the Hilltop artist blowing glass on the floor. And from 6 to 7, Gretchen Yanover will be the cellist for concert in the cone this evening. And this event is free to the public. We want to make sure that our connection point there to the pipe is nice and warm before we remove it from the blowpipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. He'll add a little water there at that jack line he carved in earlier. He'll tap the pipe and release the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And let's give them one more big round of applause for boxing that piece up. I hope you guys are having a happy Wednesday. Åsa Sandlund is here in the hot shop with us creating her works. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So here on the right side of the hot shop, we're creating a platter, and then in the middle of the hot shop, you'll see that they've started just a small color bubble for color. We're going to create the items here on the vase here on the podium. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist for the week, and if you're interested in learning more about Åsa, on Sunday she will have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. And my name's Emily. I'll be your MC, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So in order to create one of the vases here on the podium, that consists of creating a cup of color. The cup of color will then be blown out and opened up, and then we'll gather enough clear glass at the end of the rod, blow a clear bubble, and then stuff the cup. So the process of adding color to the cup is known as the color overlay process. Because all of the glasses inside of the furnace is clear here in the hot shop, we use color bars, and these color bars, they heat them up and they apply it to the surface of a clear bubble. Everything looks orange because it's hot, but it actually has a different color when it cools down. So as you can see, it looks orange, but it's not orange. It'll cool down to be two different colors. They've actually used two different colors on the right side for the plates, and then here in the middle they'll use one color. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn how the color was applied to the glass?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color, sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So on the right side of the hot shop here, they'll begin to blow out the bubble and expand it. To You have to blow the bubble out so when we open it up, it'll be able to to become a very wide plate. And then on the left side of the hot shop here, as you can see, we have white glass. She's gathered over it a bit more. In order to blow the cup out, we need glass to blow it into. So the mass of glass that we gather allows us to blow out the shape. So there at the bench, she'll use her tools to shape the glass as she blows into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. That cloth material is just folded up newspapers that have been soaked in water in the core. The covering for it is just to make sure that nothing gets on the surface of the glass. So it's a protective sleeve for the folded up papers. So as she carves into the glass, she's creating a jack line. She's moving the bubble away from the end of the pipe. This also serves as a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's important to have a well-carved jack line, so when we need to release this bubble from the initial blowpipe to open it up and work on the opposite side, a well-carved jack line will allow us to release the glass from the pipe. And now here we've placed on a hockey puck, so it's a Swedish foot. This will function as the bottom of the bowl. The next step will be to transfer this piece off of the blowpipe and onto an additional rod to be able to open it up. So on the big screen there, we're just waiting a moment, preparing for the transfer rod to be connected to the bottom of the plate so we can transfer the bubble off of this initial blowpipe and open it up. These plates will have two different colors. The inner color will be maybe a pretty orange, and the outer color will be similar to what you can see now on the surface. When it cools down, it could be a completely different color in total, and that's because the colors hold the heat differently. He'll put a little bit of water on that jack line he carved in. He'll tap the pipe and release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. Now, where they were blowing air into the pipe creates a little access point, and this little access point will allow him to open up the piece, and then very quickly he'll spin it out. So pay attention if you want to see them spin the plate out. It happens quickly. Here on the left side of the hot shop, he's dipping into the furnace to gather some more glass around the end of that rod there. We have to create a really large clear bubble to stuff into the cup that Sarah's creating. That is how we will apply color to the surface of the glass. So right now, she's just holding this white bubble here. She's creating a cup. And then he's making the bubble that they're going to stuff into the cup. And then after we stuff the cup, we'll shape this vase here on the podium. Åsa Sandlund is here in the hot shop with us this week, creating her works. She was a Field Their Fire candidate, and Field Their Fire helps sponsor different artists to create here in the hot shop. She was chosen and sponsored for this residency by Ian and Laura MacNeil. Åsa is originally from Stockholm, Sweden. She earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design and began her career as an art director at Lowe Brynfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as design assistant at Costa Boda earned her residency at Pilchuck Glass School. She immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 to join Nordstrom's as a graphic designer and art director. She recently retired as the senior creative director from Nordstrom's. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the afternoon, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. So as we concentrate the bowl inside of the reheating chamber here, as it gets nice and hot and he rotates, he'll slowly open up the face, and then after one good heat, he'll be able to spin it all the way open. Can we come back over to the right bench in the hot shop? So as he concentrates this bowl inside of the reheating chamber, as he rotates, because it's hot and he's rotating, it'll naturally start to open up very wide. Can we come back to the right side of the hot shop? That's the left side. So as you can see, this is how the plates are created. So the next step in the process, now that they're finished, is he has on his Kevlar gloves to protect his hands. We're going to water it off and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So let's give them a big round of applause, clap it up. It'll rest there. The glass has layers. The inner layers can be can be hotter than the outer layers. And so we need for it to come slowly, cool down slowly overnight back to room temperature within the annealing oven. So with those papers, he'll guide the glass. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. We have to have enough glass around this clear bubble to be able to stuff into the white cup. So they stuff the hot clear glass bubble into the color cup in order to add color to the surface of the vase, and now they'll get it nice and hot and melt it all together, and it'll get so hot that it'll become orange, and that's only because it's hot. When it cools back down, it'll become white, and then later, when it's all the way cooled down overnight, Osa will then go in and cut into the walls of the piece. And so she's into the magnifying the properties of the glass to see other dimensions due to the light and the angles at which the piece stands. You'll be able to see different colors and the depths. So they'll go in and out of those reheating chambers. The reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So these reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? Åsa Sandlund is originally from Stockholm, Sweden. She earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design and began her career as an art director at Lowe and Brynfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as design assistant at Costa Boda earned her residency at Pilchuck Glass School, which is in Stanwood, Washington. She immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 to join Nordstrom's as graphic designer and art director. She recently retired as senior creative director. So with those papers, he'll guide the glass and shape it. It's just folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. So this area of the piece, he'll preheat it, get it nice and soft, so then that way he's able to carve into the glass. That area of the pipe goes into the reheating chamber first, and it comes out last when they reheat the piece also. So pay attention how she blows into the end of the pipe there to expand the bubble. As she expands the bubble, he'll use his papers to shape the glass. So with those jacks, he'll carve into the glass. So what he's doing is he's creating a jack line and helping move that bubble away from the end of the pipe. This jack line indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's very important that we carve in a good jack line so we can disconnect the glass from the end of the pipe at a different point in the process. Our visiting artist this week is Åsa Sandlund, and right now in the hot shop we're creating one of these, a piece similar to this one here on the podium. On the right side of the hot shop, they have created, well, they've added two colors of color bar together. Well, not together, they're just laid over each other. So we're going to have a plate. They're going to create blow a plate out and open it up. So it'll have two different colors, an inner and an outer color. Here at the middle bench, as he's shaping, she's blowing into the end of the pipe. This will help expand the piece. Later on, after the piece cools down, Åsa will then cut into the glass. We will only see the form be created. We won't be able to see the cutting process. That must be done when the glass is cold in the cold working shop. If you're interested in learning more about Åsa, she'll have an artist talk on Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. If you can't make it back to the hot shop here at Museum of Glass, you can always go on to our live stream anytime, Wednesday through Sunday, 10 to 5. We're always streaming the process if you're curious to know what's happening here under the cone. Tomorrow evening is actually Third Thursday, and every third Thursday, the museum is free to the public. From 5 to 8, we'll have our Hilltop artists, youth artists creating here in the hot shop. We'll also have Gretchen Yanover. She's a cellist from the Seattle area. As you can see on the big screen there, Concert in the Cone is tomorrow from 6 to 7. This is a free engagement for the public, so if you're interested in coming to hang out, you can even bring your dinner in and hang out in the hot shop and eat here if you'd like. So now that they have the two different colors at the end of the rod here, we'll go into the furnace to gather some more glass around the end of those two colors. We need more glass so we're able to blow the bubble out. And then once we blow this bubble out, they'll create a bowl. And then due to centrifugal force and the heat, they're going to spin it open to make a plate. But we're not at that part yet, so let's just go back to the gather. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace is where all the hot glass is held here in the hot shop. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As he rotates that rod, that glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. When he comes out, it looks orange. That's just because it's hot. He'll go back to the bench and cool the glass down and then continue to blow into it. So the way that we've added color to the cup is by bringing in a color bar over a clear bubble, and then she'll stretch the color all the way back towards the end of the rod, and that's how the color cup is created. So there at the very end of the piece, he'll use that paddle to flatten it so it's able to stand at a different point in time on its own. So before he dips into the furnace, he'll take that spray bottle and spray water into the surface of the glass just to eliminate the bubbles. In case you guys are wondering, we want to go for no bubbles. So we put a little cookie foot on the bottom because when we place it into the annealing oven to cool down overnight, we don't want it to slump. We sometimes we do place pieces on their sides, but for Osa, she would like for them to be held standing upright within the reheating chamber. We'll give it a flash and then prepare to take it and place it in the annealing oven to cool down overnight. Around the 1 o'clock hour, we will stop and take a lunch break, and then we'll come back and do it all again until about 5 o'clock. Till about 5. So with water and the blade, he'll carve into the glass. Trent will get under it to be prepared to catch it off the pipe, and then we'll place it in the annealing oven. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. And then it'll go into that annealing oven to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them one more big round of applause. And now on the plate that we're working on here on the right side of the hot shop, they're at the point of where they've blown it out. As they blow into it, it'll become more so, well, it'll be a bubble. And then we'll put a foot on the end of it, on the bottom of it. They're on the big screen. Sarah's working on another color cup, and that is how we apply color to the vases of the glass. So Åsa Sandlund was a candidate for the Feel Their Fire program, and her residency was sponsored by Ian and Laura MacNeil. Here at Museum of Glass, the Feel Their Fire program contributes to the development of artists and the glass art community through the sponsorship of a visiting artist residency at Museum of Glass. Åsa has been working in glass for a very, very long time. Her husband is Preston Singletary, who also is a glass artist, has been working in glass for many, many years here in the Seattle area. And then we have the Hot Shop team. The Hot Shop team helps artists who visit for their residency create their work. They're a team of artists who streamline the process, and so they're able to create your work maybe the first time or the second time, but every time you will have something to take home. And so on the left side of the hot shop, you'll see Sarah Gilbert, the director, and the green shirt is Ben Cobb. And then we have an intern, a cold worker, and a hot shop technician. And so the team of artists here are who many people seek to work with, who artists from the area, even around the world, they will use this team when they say like rent the space. And so in this case today, we have a visiting artist who is creating works here in the hot shop with the team. On the right side of the hot shop, they're making plates, which will later be cold worked. And then in the middle of the hot shop, we were making these vases earlier today before lunch. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? Åsa Sandlund, originally from Stockholm, Sweden, earned a BFA at Beckman School of Design and began her career as an art director at Lowell Benford's, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a residency at Pilchuck Glass School. She immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 to join Nordstrom's as a graphic designer and art director. Recently, she retired as a senior creative director from Nordstrom's. Her work has earned numerous awards, including RAC Gold and AIGA, and she has authored a book in typography. In addition to her corporate role, Osa collaborates with her husband, glass artist Preston Singletary, and is an accomplished glass artist herself. Her work has been exhibited in galleries in the U.S. and abroad and featured in publications like the New Glass Review and the New York Times. Osa has served on advisory boards for Islandwood, the Pilchuck Glass School Artist Trust, and the University of Washington's Professional Advisory Council in Design. So we'll take this piece from off of the end of the blowpipe, and then we'll park it after they're done opening up the face. We'll park it in the garage. That's where pieces are held at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process at a different point in time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. Our visiting artist is Miss Åsa Sandlund. Her residency here in the Hot Shop will be through Sunday, and her artist talk will be from 1 to 2 p.m. on Sunday. And if you can't make it back here to learn more about Åsa on Sunday, you're more than welcome to get onto our live stream. And her talk will be live streamed, but we also will live stream every day, Wednesday through Sunday during the process. Åsa was a candidate from our Field Their Fire program, and this residency was sponsored by Ian and Laura MacNeil. And so Åsa originally is from Stockholm, Sweden, and she earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design. And she began her career as an art director at Lowe Brynfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as a design assistant at Costa Boda earned her residency at Pilchuck Glass School. She then immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 to join Nordstrom's as a graphic designer and the art director. Recently, she retired as a senior creative director for Nordstrom's. Here in the Hot Shop, we will be working on the vases you see here, the vessels you see here on the podium, and then on the right side of the Hot Shop, they are creating plates. And so the plates will have 2 different colors. The vessels will have 1 color. So we're at a point in the process where they've created a bubble to stick into a cup of color. They have to gather enough glass at the end of the rod there to fill up the cup. The cup is pretty big because the vessel's pretty big. So before we're able to dip back into the furnace to get another gather of glass, we must allow the glass to rest and cool down for just a bit. And then we'll go back into the furnace. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. As you rotate that rod, the gather at the end, to capture a gather at the end of the rod, the glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. It'll come out back to the bench and then use the block to cool the outer layers down while keeping the core nice and hot. He'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool that pipe down just a bit as we dip into these high temperature ovens and furnaces. Right there where we need to grip the pipe can get a little spicy, so he's just cooling it down a bit. So as they work at the bench, they'll work in and out of these reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are designed just to keep the glass above certain temperatures and always reheat it so we can shape it at the bench. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as you can see there, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only designed to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. And then at the bench, he'll use his papers. It's just folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water to shape the glass. Pay attention, she may blow air into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. Thank you. So we'll go back in with that block. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. It's important that the outer walls are nice and even and chilled, so then when they blow into it, the entire piece expands together. So every third Thursday, tomorrow is third Thursday, but every third Thursday here in the hot shop, we'll have hilltop artists, youth artists demonstrating their glass blowing skill sets. And then also we'll have concert in the cone. So from 5 to 8, the hilltop artists will be blowing glass. And then from 6 to 7, we'll have Gretchen. She's a cellist, a local cellist, Seattle-based cellist here playing concert in the cone. So if you're interested in coming to hang out and watching the children showcase, well, the youth showcase their skill sets, you can also come and watch Gretchen Yanover play the cellist here in the hot shop. I'm pretty sure she'll be up on the balcony there while the youth artists are creating here on the hot shop floor. So as he dips back into the furnace to gather some more glass, they have laid two different colors over a clear, or they've added two different colors, so the inside of the plate that they're making will be one color and the outside will be another color. But in order for them to blow this bubble out, we have to gather again. Once we gather enough glass at the end of that rod, then we can actually expand the bubble. We need to expand that bubble so then when we open the bubble, we can spin it out into a plate. We're making a plate on the right side of the hot shop. And here in the middle, I think we are almost ready to knock it off if you look up at the big screen. So we put this color cup on that little stand, and then we're going to stuff it. Once we stuff it, we're going to melt it all together. The color cup is, it's color bar that's been turned into a cup. So color bar is how we apply color to the glass. This will give us a solid finish. So they created this cup, and then they held it in the garage. And then we took a lunch break, and we came back, and now we stuffed the cup. So to learn a little bit more about how the glass gets colored, in this process today, it's technically color overlay. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So a question was, why do they keep squirting water inside of the furnaces? So when they open the furnace and they spray a little water in the top, they're cleaning off the bubbles that might be on the surface of the glass. So that's what they're doing because they don't want bubbles. No bubbles. So the three reheating chambers, you see the temperatures are about the same. They can turn them down or but probably no more than 2,300 during the process. You don't want it to get too hot, and then it's like falling all over the place. And then the furnaces with the glass inside of them, where all the molten glass is held, those rest at about 2,100 degrees. When he dips into the furnace, he'll gather enough glass to be able to blow into the end of the pipe. This will be the starter bubble for the color cup. The color cup that we just stuffed glass into, they make that separately, aside from the big clear bubble. So with those newspapers, he'll shape the glass. He'll talk to her, and so maybe he'll tell her to blow into the end of the pipe, and as she blows, he'll continue to guide the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper that's been soaking in water. So on the right side of the hot shop, you'll see that they've blown out this circle, this bubble. In order to make a plate, you have to make a bowl first. So we're at the point in the process in which they will transfer off the bowl from, or the piece from the initial blowpipe we started on to a transfer rod to open up the bowl. So he'll heat the jacks, and he heated the he hit the bottom portion of the pipe with a torch to give it a nice preheat. That portion goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first. So the next step will be to carve in a jack line. This is a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So with those jacks, he heated the jack so the steel's nice and warm when it touches the glass. This is a Swedish puck. This is a foot we're placing on the bottom of the plate. It's just clear glass. With those diamond shears, he's able to cut in a 360 to remove the extra material and the extra pipe. And so now here at the middle bench, he'll use his jacks as he tightens his grip. He'll be able to carve into the glass. He's creating a jack line. With that paddle, she'll shield his arm because the piece is well over above 2,000 degrees. It's super duper hot. So in order to open up this bubble here, the piece that we're working on to create a plate, he'll prepare a transfer rod. He'll connect this transfer rod to the end of the bowl or the piece there, and then we'll transfer it from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod and start to open up the mouth of the piece. Can we go over to the right bench? So they'll connect to the bottom of the plate. When he's connected and the glass has cooled a bit, he'll use water to put water on the jackline they carved in earlier to release the glass. A little water, thermal shock will set in, he'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will release the glass. So while you're watching the process, you'll see that the glass turns from a bright orange to the color it'll be when it cools all the way back down. And so the color is what they're looking for. When it changes, it indicates, when it's very orange, it indicates it's very soft, hot, and malleable. When it cools back down to the color it'll be the next day, that indicates it's very stiff. And so that's what they're looking for while they're working to be able to get to the next step of the process or to shape the glass. So he's gone into the reheating chamber. The longer he holds the piece within the reheating chamber, the hotter it'll get. He'll rotate, and due to centrifugal force, it'll just start to open itself up. So here in the hot shop, they'll do a lot of the shaping of the glass, and then later on in the cold shop, that's where they'll finish these pieces off. So here you'll only be able to see this shape, but then later she'll go back in. Also, will go back in and cut the glass in the cold working shop, because many things made hot, you often have to cold work afterward to make them stand up or to add different designs to the surface. And so she'll go in and cut the glass, and so that is for the aspect of magnifying and being able to have the light travel through the piece and then observe it from different angles. We put a little bit of water on that connection point and get under it. Let's give them a big round of applause. It'll go there into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. Like I said earlier, the glass is like an onion. It has layers. So the core will be hot. The outer layers will be cold. So when it comes back down to room temperature, the annealing oven will help it slowly ramp back down to room temperature overnight. So now he'll flatten the bottom so the piece is able to stand at a later point in time. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So we're able to stand the pieces up inside of the annealing oven for them to cool down overnight. He'll put a little cookie foot of glass right here on this kiln shelf. And that's because we don't want to lay the pieces down inside the annealing oven. They may slump, which means that they'll, form to the shelf of the annealing oven. So onto a cookie foot to be able to allow it to stand up. So here on the right side of the hot shop, the process starts by laying color over the end of the pipe. We're going to put one color down and then place another color on top of that. This will give us a solid finish of glass. We're making a plate here, and then in the middle, we're just finishing off one of the vessels on the podium. Similar, not the same. Our visiting artist for the week is Miss Åsa Sandlund here in the middle of the hot shop. On Sunday, we will have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. So if you're interested in learning more about Åsa, you can get onto our live stream, or you can come back here to the museum and learn more about Åsa. So here we're creating a cup of color, a color cup for the next piece. In order to add color to the next piece, we have to gather up a lot of clear glass and stuff a colored cup. And so this is the cup. They have to be created separately and then combined. He'll put a little bit of water with that blade onto the surface. He'll saw into it. We'll tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give Trent one more big round of applause. And that is how the vessels are made here on the podium. And in just in a minute, we'll do it all again. We've started the color cup here on the left side of the hot shop. And we're adding colors to the plate over on the right side by heating up these color bars. Everything looks orange during the process. That's just because it's hot. But when it cools down, you'll be able to see the colors they will become when they're fully baked down to room temperature. So on the right side of the hot shop, we're creating a plate. The plate will have two different colors. The inside color will be different from the outside color. And then here in the middle bench, we are starting to create the vessel that's here on the podium. So in order to color the vessel that is on the podium, we're creating a color cup. That color cup will then be used for the outside, the surface color of the vessel. So right here, he's gathered in the furnace. He's dipped into the furnace to capture a gather of glass at the end of his rod. He'll then blow into that pipe, and the starter bubble will be the bubble that we continue to gather over to fill up the color cup to create this vessel. So the way that a piece is measured is by how many gathers we need to take. This is a lot of gathers. I can get the number for you in a moment. So now that we've already added color to the end of the rod, he'll dip back into the furnace to gather glass over the end of, over the color glass on the end of the rod there. We need to gather glass to be able to blow out the bubble to the size that they'll need for the final piece. And so to create a plate, you have to blow out a bubble, open it up almost like a regular bowl, and then let it spin all the way out into a plate. Can we please see the furnace diagram? Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. This week here we have visiting artist Åsa Sandlund. This residency was sponsored by the Fielder Fire campaign on behalf of Ian and Laura MacNeil. Åsa was a Fielder Fire candidate. And a little bit more about her, she's originally from Stockholm, Sweden. Åsa earned her BFA at Beckmans School of Design and began her career as an art director at Low Brynfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as a design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a residency at Pilchuck Glass School. Pilchuck Glass School is up in Stanwood, Washington, for those of you who might not be familiar. So then, later, she immigrated to the U.S. in 1995 to join Nordstrom's as a graphic designer and art director. She recently, 25 years later, I believe she said, retired as senior creative director for Nordstrom's, and now she's here with us this week to create her different bodies of work with the hot shop team, where the vessels are being created in the middle of the hot shop, and on the right side where he's shaping the glass, this will be spun out into a plate. These plates will later be enhanced in the cold part of a process, and then so will the vessels. The vessels are later cut. We only get to see the shape be created here in the hot shop. She cuts them, so then she's able to look at and observe the magnifying properties of the glass and the different dimensions and how the light plays through those dimensions. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? As he blows into the pipe, it'll expand the bubble. He'll guide the glass with the papers, and we're almost, not quite yet, but we're almost ready to stuff the cup. So when he strips glass out of the furnace into that bucket, that glass can be recycled. But if the glass ever touches the floor or if it contains color, you can't recycle it because all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. This process is known as charging the furnace when we refill the glass. So whenever we recycle the glass, we can refill those levels. It can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass inside of that furnace. To learn a little bit more about the glass in the furnace, can we please see the Charging the Furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Whenever we knock pieces off the pipe, they'll go into the annealing oven to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So he'll carve into the glass using his jacks to create a jack line. This is a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. She'll shield his hand because that glass is well above 2,000 degrees, so super duper hot. We're making one of the vessels on the podium there. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist for the week. She's here in the blue. This residency, she was a candidate for our Feel Their Fire program, so this residency was sponsored by Ian and Laura MacNeil due to our Feel Their Fire program, and this program contributes to the development of artists and the glass art community through the sponsorship of a visiting artist residency here in the Hot Shop. Åsa is originally from Stockholm, Sweden, and she earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design. She began her career as an art director at Lowe Brynfors, working on accounts like IKEA and Saab. Her role as design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a residency at Pilchuck Glass School in Stanwood, Washington. She then immigrated to the U.S. in '95 to join Nordstrom as graphic designer and art director. And I think about 25 years later, she is retired as the senior creative director for Nordstrom's. As he holds the pipe at an angle and rotates the piece, when he torches it, it just helps stretch that bubble out to help stretch the piece out. As you can see, they're going to be pretty tall. With those papers, he'll guide the glass. He'll also ask for her to blow into the end of the pipe occasionally, and so pay attention. That's how we blow the glass, and it expands. You can easily miss when they blow into the end of the pipe due to them rotating back and forth. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as they work in and out of these reheating chambers here in the hot shop, they're designed only to reheat the glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. Here on the right side of the hot shop, we are creating plates, and then in the middle, we're making vessels. The vessels will later be cut in the cold process, so they're able to then look into the belly of the vessel. And Åsa's intent for this design is to observe how the glass has, and it magnifies the inner portions and the dimensions within the core of the piece and the belly of the piece. She also observes the way that light hits it. If you look from the top, it changes the color of the vessel. Thank you. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? So we'll heat this portion of the piece because when we go back into the reheating chamber, this portion of the pipe goes into the chamber first and last, and it comes out first. We always want to make sure that our connection point is nice and warm so we can stay connected to the process. So we'll place this vessel onto a cookie foot so we're able to place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. We need it to stand up. So we'll place it onto a cookie foot to help it stand in the annealing oven. We don't want to lay it on the side because we don't want it to slump to the kiln shelf because because Åsa would like to cut into the walls of the piece. So Trent suited up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe. And then we're going to place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. We'll give it a nice flash right there where it was carved into, and then he'll add a little water and saw into the glass, and then we'll release it from the pipe. Welcome to the hot shop. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist for the week. She'll have an artist talk on Sunday, and we're streaming the process online Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So if you're curious to see her progress and the items she's making this week, be sure to get onto our live stream. Tomorrow in the hot shop is also Third Thursday. We'll have the Hilltop artist, youth artist, working here. He'll use a little water, he'll saw into the glass, he'll tap the pipe, and it'll release the glass from the end of the rod. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. We'll fire polish it and then into the annealing oven. It'll rest. And that is how one of the vessels that's on the podium here are made. Let's give Trent one big round of applause also. So the process, it'll start by dipping into the furnace and gathering the molten hot glass. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. This bubble then will be gathered over and we'll stuff it into the cup. And that is how we'll get the bubble. And if you come close, you can see the bubble, the clear bubble that exists inside of this vessel. He'll blow into the end of the pipe and then cap it to create a bubble. On the right side of the hot shop, we're going to release the bubble from the opposite pipe so we can open up the plate and shape it into a bowl and then spin it out into a plate. So here on the big screen, we're at the point in the process where we're going to open up the opposite side of this bubble, and it will, when we clean up the mouth and stretch it open, it'll be just an open color cup. We'll then be able to stuff this clear bubble into the body of that cup. Then here on the right side of the hot shop, we're at the point in which we're going to open up this bowl. As he rotates the glass inside of the reheating chamber there, naturally due to centrifugal force, it will just open up due to the heat and his rotations within the reheating chamber. When it comes out, you'll see it'll be a bright orange plate. So now that the plate has been spun open, we'll place it into the annealing oven. As you can see, he's suited up to be able to catch the piece off the pipe and then put it into the oven. A little water on that connection point will help release the glass. They'll get under it and tap it, and the vibrations will disconnect the glass. Yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. He'll blow into the end of the pipe there to help expand the bubble. And then in a moment, we'll stuff this bubble into this cup. We just have to have enough glass on the end of the rod there, the bubble in the middle, to add color to the surface of the vessel. We are making a vessel similar to the one here on the podium. On the right side of the hot shop, they are preparing to make a plate, and in the middle, we will create a vessel. Åsa Sandlund is our visiting artist here in the hot shop for the week. Can we please see some of Åsa's past works? She was a Fielder Fire candidate, and so this residency was sponsored by Ian and Laura MacNeil. She's originally from Stockholm, Sweden, where she earned her BFA at Beckman School of Design and began her career as an art director at Lowbrin Force. Working on accounts like IKEA and Saab, her role as a design assistant at Costa Boda earned her a residency at Pilchuck Glass School. From then, she immigrated to the U.S. in '95 to join Nordstrom's as a graphic designer and art director. 30 years later, she retired. She currently retired as senior creative director for Nordstrom's. So now that the bubble is ready to be stuffed into the cup, we'll put it onto the little stand there, and then we'll allow the glass to fill up the cup to add color to the surface of the vessel. If you come and take a closer look at the piece here on the podium, you'll be able to see that clear bubble that lines the inside of the color cup. When the piece cools down, she'll be able to cut it. And when she cuts it, you'll be able to see the magnifying layers, properties of the glass, which reveal different dimensions from every angle that you look at it, from the top and the sides, to be able to peek into the belly of the piece. we'll hot torch the bottom. That hot torch will get this area nice and soft, so then when we give it a preheat, we'll go back into the reheating chamber to flash the body of the piece, and this area will be able to flatten so the piece is able to stand up on its own. So now we'll create a little glass cookie and place the vessel on the glass cookie foot so it's able to stand up in the annealing oven. And we have to place it into the annealing oven standing where it'll cool down overnight. We don't want to place these vessels on their sides because it could potentially continue to melt. So we don't want it to continue to melt while it lays in the kiln. We'll make sure that that connection point is nice and hot, so when we add water to knock it off, it'll release from the pipe, and then we'll be able to put it away. Here on the right side of the hot shop, we'll spin out the last plate of the evening. Not yet, but soon. And then we're going to have to place that in the annealing oven also to cool down overnight. So now that we've boxed up our last piece for the night, we'll be done. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. And we'll see you guys back tomorrow to do it all again.